Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I would like to invite all participants and audience to take the seat because we are going to start our event very soon. Announcing the arrival of Yang Berhormat Datuk Seri Dr. Zamri Abdul Kadir, Minister of Foreign Affairs Malaysia, accompanied by Professor Dr. Akmal Khuzairi bin Abdul Rahman, Deputy Rector of International Islamic University Malaysia, and Professor Abdul Aziz Barghuth, Dean of ISTEC, and all invited guests to the hall. So ladies and gentlemen, let us stand for national anthem. You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, let us have a dua recitation by Dr. Nik Mak Saiful Azizi Nik Abdullah, please.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. أعوذ بالله السميع العليم من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين، والصلاة والسلام على سيد المرسلين المبعوث رحمة للعالمين إمام المتقين وعلى آله وأصحابه أجمعين. اللهم إنا نسألك خير المسألة وخير الدعاء وخير النجاح وخير العمل وخير الثواب وخير الحياة وخير الممات، وثبتنا وثقل موازيننا وحقق إيماننا وارفع درجاتنا وتقبل صلواتنا واغفر خطيئاتنا ونسألك الدرجات العلى من الجنة يا رب العالمين. O Allah, we beg you to make our requests as the best of our supplications. We beg you for the best success, the best duty and the best rewards. O Allah, we beg you to make our skills heavy with rewards. Make us patient in our actions, passionate in our works, dedicated in our jobs, knowledgeable in our fields, humble in our behavior, strong in our faith, compassionate to our subjects, and tolerant to our differences. O Allah, inspire us with good ideas, protect us from the evil of ourselves, protect us from any calamities, and teach us from your infinite knowledge what we do not know. Allahumma alif bayna qulubina wa aslih dhata baynina wahdina subul salam. O Allah, we beg you to guide and grant our leaders, our university members, deans, staff and students with your mercy and rahmah. Allahumma ja'al jam'ana hadha jam'an marhuma wa tafarruqana min ba'dihi tafarruqan ma'suma wa la taj'al fina shaqiyyan wa la mahruma wa adkhilna bi rahmatika fi ibadika as-salihin. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adhaban nar. Wa sallallahu ala nabiyyina Muhammad walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Thank you.
Yang Berhormat Datuk Seri Dr. Zamri Abdul Kadir, Minister of Foreign Affairs Malaysia, His Excellencies, members of the IUM Board of Governors, Ambassadors and High Commissioners, Professor Dr. Akmal Khuzairi Abdul Rahman, Deputy Director Student Development, Community Engagement, representing the Honorable Rector of IUM, Professor Emeritus Dr. Osman Bakar, Convener of the programs, Associate Professor Dr. Hayun Ma, Associate Professor at the Department of History, Frostburg State University, Datuk Seri Dr. Syed Hamid Albah, former Minister of Foreign Affairs, His Excellency Mr. Tang Rui, representative from the Chinese Embassy in Malaysia, Dr. Abdul Majid Ahmad Khan, the President, Malaysia-China Friendship Association, Mr. Zia Wunan, the Vice President, Asia-Pacific Strategic Dialogue, Professor Dr. Abdul Aziz Baruguth, the Dean of ISTAC, respected University Management Committees, honorable panelists and guests, professors, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and very good morning. As the Master of Ceremony today, it's given me great pleasure to welcome all of you, especially Yang Berhormat Datuk Seri Dr. Zamri Abdul Kadir, to ISTAC, International Institute of Islamic Thought and Civilization, IUM, and to our event this morning, that is the 6th Zhenghe Forum 2023 International Conference on Zhenghe, Voyages, and the unofficial history of the Chinese-Southeast Asia relation held at ISTAC today. And for your information, ladies and gentlemen, Zhenghe International Forum is a regular event and it was held in various locations around the world. Last time it was held in Dubai, Kazakhstan, Pakistan, and most recent one, that is the 5th Zhenghe International Forum, was held in Surabaya, Indonesia in 2019 with the theme Indonesia and China, sharing values of religion, cultures, and society. This year, that is the 6th Zhenghe International Forum, is held here in ISTAC. This international conference explored the deep-rooted and widespread historical connection and exchanges along the Indo-Pacific Rim, starting from the coastal China and ending in the East-Rural Africa during the 10th and 16th century. So, ladies and gentlemen, this forum will explore the complexity of this relation as represented by the key communities, businessmen, religious figures, and their little-known networks and activities that constitute the foundation of Chinese Southeast Asian communication during that time period. So, ladies and gentlemen, rather than taking the Huntingtonian clash of civilization school of thought, this conference takes civilizational approach in its effort to build mutual understanding and to appreciate human diversity and multi-layered connection that existed in the complex world today, suitable with the Quranic call for Lita'arafu, Suratul Hujurat, verse 13. So ladies and gentlemen, to start our event today, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Akmal Khuzairi Abdul Rahman, the Deputy Rector for Student Development and Community Engagement, representing Honorable Rector of IUM, to deliver his welcoming remarks. Professor, you're welcome.
Yang Berhormat Datuk Seri Dr. Zamri Abdul Kadir, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Malaysia, Excellencies, members of the IUM Board of Governors, ambassadors, and High Commissioners, conveners of the program, Professor Emeritus Dr. Osman Bakar, holder of Al-Ghazali Chair of Epistemology, Civilizational Studies and Renewal, ISTEC IUM, and Associate Professor Dr. Hayun Ma, Associate Professor at Department of History, Frostburg State University, His Excellency Mr. Tang Rui, representative from the Chinese Embassy in Malaysia, Dato Abdul Majid Ahmad Khan, President, Malaysia-China Friendship Association, Mr. Zhao Wunan, Vice President, Asia-Pacific Strategic Dialogue, Professor Dr. Abdul Aziz Bargouth, Dean of ISTEC IIUM, respected University Management Committee, honorable panelists and guests, professors, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, and a very good morning. On behalf of the International Islamic University of Malaysia, I would like to warmly welcome all of you to the university's Kuala Lumpur campus, particularly our honorable guest, Yang Berhormat Datuk Seri Dr. Zamri Abdul Kadir, the Foreign Minister of Malaysia. We really appreciate that Datuk Seri has kindly agreed to deliver a special address at this 3-day forum and officially declare it open. We are also happy to welcome the foreign speakers and participants and members of the Diplomatic Corps for their gracious presence at this opening of the conference. We take note that this conference is jointly organized by ISTEC IUM and several other organizations, both national and international. Befitting itself as an international university, IUM welcomes this collaboration between ISTEC IUM, Zhenghe Forum based in the United States, Malaysia-China Friendship Association, Kuala Lumpur, and Asia-Pacific Strategic Dialogue based in Hong Kong. The theme of the conference of Zhenge's Voyages and their impact and significance for the relations between China and the Southeast Asian region is of great academic as well as political interest to many people. It is a theme that cuts across many academic disciplines, including history, politics, cultural studies, international relations, economics, religion, and so on. This conference will therefore be able to generate lively discussion of issues that are interdisciplinary in nature. It is the present objective of the university to encourage its kulias and also departments to promote interdisciplinary studies in the light of global development and problems that are increasingly interrelated. I hope the conference will continue to a better understanding, to contribute to a better understanding of the historical role of Zhenghe in the intercultural relations between Islamic and Chinese civilizations, particularly between China and the Malay archipelago. We do hope that this better understanding of the past will help us to envision a brighter future for the relations between China and Southeast Asia. We wish you all a successful and blessed conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor and privilege to call upon Yang Berhormat Datuk Seri Dr. Zamri Abdul Kadir, Minister of Foreign Affairs, to deliver his opening remarks and officially launch the 6th Zhenghe Forum 2023. You're welcome, Dr. Seri.
Thank you very much, the MC. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya'i wal mursaleen wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Subhanaka la ilma lana illa ma 'allamtana innaka antal alimul hakim. La hawla wa la quwwata illa billahil aliyyil azim. Your Excellencies, members of the IIU Board of Governors, Your Excellencies, Ambassadors and High Commissioners, Professor Dr. Akmal Khuzairi Abdul Rahman, Deputy Rector. I was asking him just now, you graduated from here or from overseas, the way you pronounce certain words, English words. Then he was whispering to me, actually I graduated from Jordan. So it's beautiful how he pronounced certain English words. Thought he's graduated from UK or US. Conveners of the programs, Professor Emeritus Dr. Osman Bakar, holder of Al-Ghazali Chairs of Epistemology, Civilizational Studies and Renewals, ISTAC, Associate Professor Dr. Hayuma, His Excellency Mr. Tang Rui, representative from the China Embassy in Malaysia, Dato' Abdul Majid Ahmad Khan, President Malaysia-China Friendships Associations. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my heartfelt congratulations to the ISTAC, IIUM and fellow organizers for the programs of the 6th. This is, we have to pronounce it first because I know some of the people are struggling to pronounce it. During my time as a student of history, we all pronounce it Zhenghe. But I think this is Chinese pronunciation, Zhenghe. Forum 2023. It is my fervent hopes that this forum could be the platform to explore new and fresh dimensions of the history of China-Southeast Asia relations. This undoubtedly will further strengthen our contemporary cooperations. Indeed, it is timely for this forum to be held, as the world today has been defined from the lens of big powers politics. Yet we forget about other areas that invariably underpin our amity relations among countries. I personally believe it is only natural for us to look back at our collective memory of China's Southeast Asia relations that are filled with the rich history of multi-layered cooperations in trade, societal, religious, and cultural. Ladies and gentlemen, Malaysia is a country blessed with a geographical advantage. Historically, Zhenghe voyages proved that the importance of Malay Sultanate as the center of trade, center for trade, religious and cultural activities that connects regional and international networks. The great stride taken by the Malacca Sultanate rules the Malacca Interport and commanded the sea route between India and China. It was the preeminent trading emporium in Southeast Asia by leveraging its location and establishing itself as a prosperous trading port. Not only that, Malacca was also a center of civilizational exchange and religious learning, as it spread Islam to other communities in the Malay archipelago. Zhenghe Voyages in the Malay archipelago and their momentous impact on the civilizations are a reminder of Malaysia's foreign policy outlook. Malaysia must envision itself to be a bridging linchpin. I use the word linchpin. This is a place where all civilizations converge and meet. Between the Pacific and the Indian Ocean regions, to be a hub and a gateway to a shared identity, prosperity, and security across Southeast Asia and beyond. It is a destiny forged by Malaysia's central geographical reality and its strong historical role that Malaysia must leverage upon it. As history has often been reminisced, it is great for us to learn the lesson and do better for Malaysia's national interest. The continuum role of Malacca Sultanate as the historical central hub for world-leading activities must be kept alive now, more than ever. The internal and external challenges require Malaysia to contend with reality in a very strategic way. Malaysia must continue its pivotal role as the central hub for the region by emulating the success of Malacca Sultanate. It is important to acknowledge the convergence of the two regions of the Indian and Pacific Ocean that has well positioned Malaysia's dynamic role, past and future. The modern day of Malaysia shows the continuity of how Malaysia's foreign policy has capitalized on the converging points. Malaysia was globally known for its robust activism on ASEAN, issues surrounding Muslim Ummah, and the global South. It was not done only through her words, but their impeccable actions. Undoubtedly, Malaysia's foreign policy under the stewardship of Datuk Seri Anwar Ibrahim will restore its stature by bringing back the trust and respect that Malaysia has. And recently, Datuk Seri Anwar launched his new vision for Malaysia that is called SCRIP. The SCRIP stands for sustainability, care and compassion, respect, innovation, prosperity, and trust. Considering the geopolitical predicament and the need to place Malaysia's position in international fora, it is vital for Malaysia to be a trusted country. In order to do that, Malaysia must become the bridging linchpin in multiple areas of importance. It includes regional and global trade, the digital economy, human rights advocacy, South-South cooperation, an advanced educational hub, and the Muslims' developmental agenda. Malaysia continues to spearhead its interests near and far by cultivating its strength and advantage in positioning back its image on the international front. The vision of Malaysia's linchpin role, as I would put it, must be propelled by exhibiting three elements. One, bridging. Two, building. And three, binding. Bridging. Firstly, The bridging role requires Malaysia to connect the two ocean regions and the continental north and the maritime south by serving its role as an inter-regional hub. The inter-regional hub is the convergence of multiple forms of commercials, civilizational, and security connectivity that Malaysia will be hosting. It is similar to Malacca Sultanate historical roles that attract Zhenghe and multifarious voyages to come and do trade and other leading activities. In the modern world, Malaysia will be the hub of 4 countries from different parts of the Indo-Pacific region to forge connectivity cooperations on a wide array of activities. Inshallah, Wisma Putra, we work closely with other ministries to provide a systematic ecosystem for Malaysia's inter-regional hub on multi-layered cooperations. It includes cross-regional trade, digital connectivity, humanitarian assistance and disaster relief, and anti-piracy cooperations. Building. The building element of Malaysia's linchpin's role must focus on inviting multiple partners to build interest and stake in Malaysia. Due to our geographical location, Malaysia can attract countries to build their presence and partnership in the region. We must fully capitalize on our strategic location as the gateway to regional markets, regional resources, and other ventures of regional importance. These may take the forms of regional headquarters, regional manufacturing plants, regional coordination centers, joint ventures on critical areas, knowledge transfer on higher education and upskilling programs. Such partnership will build shared interests, create job opportunities, mobilize resources, transfer technology, expand export, and create a niche for Malaysia developments and strategic profile. Finally, Malaysia needs to bind its linchpin role by coordinating activism in initiating and promoting regional and international institutions. In past decades, Malaysia is well respected for its multilateralism undertaking. Its punch above its weight approach by being active and successfully working with ASEAN in ASEAN-led mechanism is paramount to be restored. The resilience that Malaysia has in multilateralism has evolved to a minilateral cooperation that aims to defend its interests in maritime security. By cooperating in Malacca Strait Patrol and trilateral cooperative arrangement in the Sulu Sea, it is a great precedent for Malaysia to explore minilateral cooperation on the pressing issues surrounding the region. Simultaneously, Malaysia will put forth the agenda to enhance and strengthen ASEAN and ASEAN-led establishment. It is the cornerstone of our foreign policy that I will continue to pursue in gusto. It goes without saying that Malaysia's commitment to other leading platforms of the OIC and NAM will be undeterred. On the basis of these existing mechanisms, Malaysia will play a leading role in strengthening linkages and exploring new institutions. Ladies and gentlemen, At this juncture, allow me to reiterate my commitment to restoring back the trust and the stature of Malaysia's foreign policy. The bridging linchpin of Malaysia's foreign policy is not just a vision. It is a blueprint that I will pursue under the instruction of Yang Amat Berhormat Prime Minister and manifest it at the very heart of our foreign policy in bridging, building, and binding countries near and far to Malaysia. This is what we have done before in the past. That was embedded during Malacca Sultanate, which eventually captivated voyagers like Zhenghe. Today, Malaysia will propel its potential in becoming the hub that connects the Indo-Pacific regions. I sincerely hope the conference will stimulate and enrich our discourse for a greater foreign policy. I congratulate the organizers on the successful event. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless this conference. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Datuk Sri, please remain on stage for souvenir presentation. I would like to invite Professor Akmal Huzarin, accompanied by Dr. Abdul Aziz and Dr. Hayud Ma, to the stage for souvenir presentation. This calligraphy is written by one student, master student by the name Sister Karima. Yeah, she is the one who wrote this calligraphy. Sister Karima is the master student at International Islamic University in Malaysia. Congratulations to you for producing this. Thank you very much, Datuk Sri, and also all invited guests. Let us sit down for a while and enjoy the montage presentation. So, thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, and Yang Berhormat Datuk Seri, to commemorate your presence here in ISTEC, let us take a photography session. Yeah, I would like to invite all participants to stand up for photography session. Yeah, you can from here. Thank you very much, Yang Berhormat Datuk Seri, for your presence here in ISTEC. And Datuk Seri will take a leave very soon, and let us stay for a while to continue with the next presentation or discussion.
Checking 1, 2, 3, 4. Check 1, 2. Sound check. Cubaan suara 1, 2, 3. Cubaan suara. Sound checking mic for cordless mic. Test 1, 2, 3. Checking, check 1, 2, 3, 4. Check mic 1, 2, 3.
I've been meaning to come to see you tau.
Checking mic 1, 2, 3.
Ingat memang nak main melawat you tapi tak sempat lagi.
Checking mic 1, 2, 3, 4. Cubaan suara, sound check. Cubaan suara 1, 2, 3. Cubaan suara 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Testing 1, 2. Okay.
Okay. Inshallah, we will start our next program very soon. Please remain seated for the opening speeches by panelists.
بإحسان إلى يوم الدين. Excellencies, members of the IIUM Board of Governors, ambassadors, and high commissioners, Professor Dr. Akmal, I think left us, convener of the program, Professor Emeritus Dr. Osman Baka, holder of Al-Ghazali Chair of Epistemology, Civilizational Studies, and Renewal, ISTAC IIUM, and Associate Professor Dr. Haiwan Ma, Associate Professor at Department of History, Frostburg State University, Tan Sri, His Excellency Mr. Tan Rio, representative from the Chinese Embassy in Malaysia, Dato Abdul Majid Ahmed Khan, President Malaysia China Friendship Association, Mr. Xiao Won Nan, Vice President Asia Pacific Strategic Dialogue, respected University Management Committee, honorable panelists and guests, professors, ladies and gentlemen, once again, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. I would kindly like to extend a warm welcome to all participants in the 6th Zhenge Forum 2023 International Conference on Zhenge Voyages and the Unofficial History of Chinese Southeast Asia Relations, organized by the International Institute of Islamic Thought and Civilization, Zhenge Forum, Asia Pacific Strategic Dialogue, Hong Kong, and Malaysia China Friendship Association, and the convener, Al-Ghazali Chair. I thank Professor Osman Baka and Dr. Haiwan Ma and all other collaborators for such a timely and important conference. ISTAC IIUM has been honored to have Yambar Dato Sri Dr. Zamri, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Malaysia, with us today, and thank him for his presence and officiation of this important conference. I would like also to to acknowledge the presence of the members of the IIUM BOG, esteemed ambassadors, guests of honor, delegates and participants from Malaysia and around the world, as well as those who are currently present at ISTAC IIUM, and those who are following in the YouTube channel are all cordially welcome. I would like to express our appreciation and a warm welcome to all distinguished speakers and experts contributing to this conference. Due to the attendees who made it possible, this conference is now truly international. They have gathered to talk about important themes. This conference is yet another effort to further the goals of cultural diplomacy, social connectivity, and civilizational exchange, which increase learning, understanding, cooperation, and engagement in dealing with issues facing the Islamic world and the rest of the world. For the sake of peaceful, stable, prosperous, and just world, ISTAC IIUM fosters a shared platform and a common ground for more dynamic engagement with cultures, civilizations, and people. In this vein, ISTAC IIUM will continue to promote and broaden such discourse and encounters, strengthening networks of experts, academics, civil society, partners, and decision makers who uphold inclusivity, togetherness, and working for a better world for all people in the spirit of rahmatan lil alameen and peace for all. We anticipate the conference's resolutions and action plan to set the course of the next action, inshallah. In ISTAC IIUM, we enhance common grounds and advance the cause of human ta'aruf, dialogue, exchange, and engagement. In closing, let me thank everyone who helped make today's conference a success, including the organizers and the attendees. Thank you. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you very much, Professor Abdul Aziz. Now, let us have the Professor Emeritus, Dr. Osman Bakar, the convener of the programs.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, and a very good morning to everyone. Professor Abdul Aziz Bargood, the Dean of ISTEC IIUN, Dato Majid, Abdul Majid, who is the President of the Malaysia China Friendship Association, our guest, Mr. Xia Wenan, the Asia Pacific Strategic Dialogue, and my co-convener, Dr. Ma Haiyun from Prosper University in the United States. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you. First of all, I just want to thank you. I join the Dean in welcoming all of you, thanking you for your attendance, not only during this opening ceremony, but I think perhaps more important, I would like to see all of you to stay, to participate in the various sessions that we have altogether 6 sessions in the next 2.5 days. With the final session on Thursday, that will be kind of discussion on what will be the future of this Zhenghe Forum. Of course, I would like to thank my co-convener, who is instrumental. After all, the forum is the 6th Zhenghe Forum. So this is 6, 5 have already materialized in the past, and actually we want to have this, the 6th forum, in 2020. But because of the COVID pandemic, we just had to shelve that, so not until now. But Alhamdulillah, finally we have this. And on behalf of the staff, of course, but in my capacity as the Al-Ghazali Chair of Epistemology, Civilizational Renewal, Civilization Studies and Renewal, I would like to explain something. After all, that everybody has got something to say in these speeches, welcoming speeches, because some are wondering what has Al-Ghazali Chair of Epistemology, Civilizational Studies and Renewal got to do with this person, Zhenghe? What connection? Well, I'm telling you, I'm going to tell you something. There is some connection. For more connection, please stay for the afternoon session. But for right now, just I want to take time from the others. Now, the chair I'm holding is Epistemology, Civilizational Studies, and Renewal. So it's something to, Zhenghe has something to do with civilization, with civilizational studies. There are several big ideas underlying civilizational renewal. Some, including, of course, the most important is globalization. The history of globalization, the dynamics of globalization, because that is the essence of civilization. And and of course, when we talk about globalization, which myself, in my writings, I have written quite a bit, trying to understand this bigger idea underlying this. What I'm going to say is that Zhenghe has a significance, has a connection to this counter or this cross-cultural exchanges between Islam and Chinese civilization. Let us remind that basically the most important time was the first 3 decades in the 15th century, in which Zhenghe lived. He died in 1433, so he lived until the age of 60 years. But the important point is that in order to understand the significance of Zhenghe, we must know something about the immediate period preceded his life, which means that we have to know about the interaction between Islam and China in the Mongol period. That is very important. So we have to go into history, and we cannot ignore the history. What was going on in the in a sense, in the Mongol period, when Islam, both Islam and territories used to be dominated by China were Mongolized, but the Mongols had a certain image. I think many of us today, I think we have not done justice to the Mongols. We only think of the Mongols in one image, the negative image. But we forgot the same people who conquered Baghdad, the same people who conquered Baghdad and the Islamic Empire, all right? They were later on, in a sense, became patrons of learning. So that story of the Mongols as patrons of learning, development of civilization, that has to be explained. So that's my point. To put simply, in my capacity as the Al-Ghazali Chair, I would like to present the significance of Zhenghe for Islamic civilization. This Institute of Islamic Thought and Civilization, we have ignored, we have marginalized. When we talk about Islamic civilization, Zhenghe is not in the picture. But in reality, right, Zhenghe has a very important role, significance, and this I will talk in details in the coming session, inshallah. So it's simple. Why I thought I want to join together with Dr. Mahyun. Why not we have this? Yeah? And of course, if you put there, you see that the theme, international conference on the Zhenghe, but talk about the unofficial history. It's a question mark. What do you mean by unofficial history? Yeah? So, which part of history that is unofficial as far as Zhenghe is concerned? That's the main responsibility of Dr. Ma Hayun to explain that. I will support him, yes, but he has to explain what he means by the unofficial history. Anyway, let's look forward to that. So just to cut short, I would like to emphasize that it is my hope that Al-Ghazali Chair will be able to thrust this person, this important person, in a sense, who at no other period of Chinese history, when you have such a figure who belong, I'm arguing now, he belonged to the first major wave of globalization, the Islamic wave. Zhenghe was part of that global wave that Islam initiated earlier. So thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you very much. much, Prof. Now let us have Dr. Hayun Ma, Associate Professor at the Department of History, Frostburg State University.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. Dear Professor Osman Bakr, respected Dr. Majid Han, and Professor Abdulaziz Bagat, and Mr. Xiao Wunan, and sisters and brothers. I really welcome you to attend and to attend this sixth Zhenge Forum. Special thanks I want to give to East Tech, Professor especially Osman Bakr, and we have a lot of other faculties here, and Professor Abdulaziz Beckett, and also Sister Zulata, and also Sister Karunisa, for putting all these efforts together to make it possible. And also I'd like to especially thank Brother Ismail for delivering delicious food you will try later on in the cafeteria. As you can see, Zhenge Forum is a forum composed of people and for people who have devoted to promoting understandings and also to promoting tolerance and respect, especially in the Indo-Pacific region. It is here that the great admirer Zhenghe, in several hundred years ago, made the great navigation a joint adventure. I highlight the joint adventure, not individual, not single national, but a great adventure. And of course, we know today we have Muslims, Buddhists, and other faith communities together with Zhenghe expanded and facilitated human interactions, understandings, and of course, finally, harmony in the Indo-Pacific region, from coastal China to Southeast Asia, all the way to Malaga, to coastal India, all the way to Middle East, and all the way to East Africa. So that's the reason. And here you can see, when I use the term like Muslims, Buddhists, and other faith community, I do not use ethnic identification like Chinese, or Hui, even narrowly defined today by China's ethnic minority. The reasons are very simple, because all these terms, no matter Hui, or Han, or Mongols, they are basically modern political constructs. But in pre-modern time, if we look at the Zhenghe's joint adventure, if we really look carefully, we will see, of course, Zhenghe received orders from Beijing and, of course, Nanjing. And we see Zhenghe gathered sailors from Fujian and other provinces. And, of course, he also got translators, interpreters from mosque. And he contributed or donated to Buddhist temple and even Mazu temple. So what does it mean? It means, you can imagine, these are the few examples of many collaborative efforts. And of course, here we don't say Hui or Chinese or Malay, we basically find faith community. And also, if you look at all these cultural interactions, communications, they basically suggest that individuals and communities involved in this joint adventure tolerated and respected and finally appreciate different cultures and civilization. That's the reason. You have all these beautiful stories in Malacca. I forgot the name of the princess. And you have very famous Damak Sultanate in Java. And of course, later on, I will talk about the great nine Sufi saints, or Sunan in Java. And of course, all these Sunans, especially the greatest one, Sunan Geli, even had a Chinese mother. So that's why you can see you have really kind of patronage relationship between a Chinese mother and a Muslim Sufis in Java. I just give several examples. And now, of course, we will see globalization and, of course, China's globalizing efforts have made it natural for people. I remember His Excellency the Emperor talked about the rest of China, to think about what kind of China do you expect it to have. I think here we have the example. People basically look back to Zhenghe. Why? I just mentioned the reasons are simple. This is a joint adventure. You have Muslims, Buddhists, Hindus, and other faith communities. This is not monopolized or dominated by Chinese or by Muslims. So that's why we really have to restart this joint adventure in modern time, especially in Indo-Pacific region. And of course, you know what happened now in Indo-Pacific Ocean. You really have kind of Cold War is rising, you have kind of human divisions began to occur again. Nation-state institutions and the laws began to divide us again. So that's why we really look at Zhenghe to see how can we bring people together. And of course, especially if you look at ISTEC, the very prestigious Islamic institution, to hold this forum. They really symbolize what happened, or what they symbolize the spirit of Zhenghe several hundred years ago, when you have Zhenghe visited Buddhist temple, donated to Mazu temple, set up all this stone style in Sri Lanka. I remember I visited Kuala Lumpur somewhere. And of course, if you visit Coast Africa, Middle East, you'll find all these archaeological sites, some, Chinese ceramics. So that's what you can imagine. If you really want to build a harmonious, peaceful, and cooperative relationship, no matter in Southeast Asia, Asian Pacific, or even Indo-Pacific, Zhenghe is not simply a cultural value. It's not simply a culture symbol, but actually, Zhenghe and the Zhenghe legacy can guide us to build a prosperous and a peaceful society in Indo-Pacific region. So that's basically the reason I tried to answer Professor Osman's question. Why we talk about Zhenghe? We're not simply say he's a Chinese. We talk about because he represents joint adventure. He really represents kind of humanity. So I think that's the value every country, not only Southeast Asia, China, great power, US or European countries. So that's the reason here. And of course, in the afternoon of the first session, right, Professor? I'm going to talk about in more detail how Zhenghe's voyage result in, for example, Islamization of Java. And of course, you already know in Southeast Asia, there are many hypotheses to talk about Islamization. But in Java, as I said, nobody really talk about the great Chinese mother who fostered the greatest Sunan Guri. So I think I'll stop here. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you very much, Professor. Ladies and gentlemen, let us have Dr. Abdul Majid Ahmad Khan, the President of Malaysia-China Friendship Association.
Assalamu alaikum. Excellencies, members of the HIMUM Board of Governors, ambassadors and high commissioners, Professor Dr. Gamal, Deputy Director, conveners of the program, Professor Emeritus Dr. Osman, Associate Professor Dr. Hayunma, Professor Dr. Abdul Aziz, Dean of STEC, respected University Management Committee, honorable panelists, professors, ladies and gentlemen. I'll just try to add a couple of points to the speeches given by the previous speakers, including the foreign minister. I think as a background, some 90 years ago, before Christopher Columbus set sail for the New World, Zhenghe undertook as an arduous expedition that traversed the oceans of Asia, reaching the shores of Northwest Africa. The impact of these voyages, Ming voyages, continues to be felt today here in Malaysia and across the region. The fact that the Zhenghe Forum attracts attention and also participation, and I understand even in Malaysia, there are many academia who are really interested and written book on Zhenghe, reflects the impact of these voyages all over the world. Over the years, we have noticed books have been written and seminars held by scholars, academia, to represent their respective assessment on these epic voyages and Zhenghe's legacy. From the work of these scholars, they appear to be variation on their narration on Zhenghe's expedition, with some be more charitable than others. Notwithstanding this, I think the common theme of these voyages, as all mentioned by the previous speakers, is that the voyages is in the context of geopolitics, geoeconomics, international trade, and equally important, the cultural exchanges as mentioned by Professor Osman. Scholars nowadays seems to be putting a new emphasis that wish to concentrate on Zhenghe's achievement in the sense of the cultural and civilizational network and platform that he has created. And also the cooperation that is able to galvanize during these voyages. Just imagine the huge fleet with a huge number of personnel on board, food and food security. There's need to be a planning on the supply chain management, both on board and also on the ground. On the ground, this could only take place with the cooperation of the locals. And this is what Professor Ma has mentioned, involvement of the local chiefs, of entrepreneurs, traders of the day, and all that matters in society. Otherwise, it's quite difficult to explain how the 7 voyages have been very successful, throughout. So from this, actually, one can look in terms of relations. Is the people's connectivity that has been established between the Zhenghe group and the local people across the region. And secondly, also, being a Muslim, the voyages also reflect inter-religious exchanges. It is said that Zhenghe was also the embodiment of China's multiculturalism, straddling between the Confucian and Islamic world. The Emerald, according to some scholars, played a role in the growth of Islam in Southeast Asia. Especially you can see this in Palembang, Surabaya, and other places, and also in Malacca, though of course with the coming of the colonial powers, I think that aspect seems to be diminished. Nevertheless, today we can see many Zhenghe mosques around the region, as well as temple in Zhenghe's memory. Also, in the modern day, in case of Malacca, the city has become a major tourist attraction for tourists from China, demonstrating Zhenghe's imprint. So, in another dimension, we could say that Zhenghe's voyages not only established contact and friendship at the state-to-state level, but the spillover effect of people-to-people connectivity, which is important for a sustainable relation between states. This is what Zhenghe Forum is trying to emphasize. So with this understanding, we could create better understanding between the players. It's also to be noted that the role of trade and commerce associated with the Ming maritime voyages contributed to the region's prosperity and established better international understanding. Many accounts have been written about Malacca Sultanate, how it has flourished during that period. In fact, Malacca Sultanate prospered, becoming a thriving point and international trading center. Today, as during the Ming era, China's global outreach is a geopolitical event, marking China's return as a world power. Modern China can replicate the Ming success by the way of deepening mutual cooperation, sharing of prosperity, and generating greater understanding and trust. The BRI, for example, is designed and expect to spur socio-economic growth and transformation across the region. In the context of China's relation with the countries in the region, both these regions should learn from history and strengthen the ties of friendship which were begun by Zhenghe and the Malacca Sultanate. I think this also was mentioned by the Honorable Foreign Minister. I wish, in conclusion, today's forum, our scholars and participants will continue to study and analyze the significance of Ming era voyages in a different dimension, particularly in the sector of civilizational exchanges. As we meet today in Kuala Lumpur to deliberate the Zhenghe's legacy, it can be said that the 21st century has much to learn from the remarkable accomplishment of the 15th century. With that, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Dato'. Ladies and gentlemen, now let us have Mr. Zia Wunan, the Vice President, Asia Pacific Strategic Dialogue in Hong Kong, and his speech will be translated by his assistant.
请允许我用中文来发表致辞。
Please allow me to use Chinese to present this presentation.
其实这一点也在说明我们马来西亚对多元文化的包容，因为在这个地方，中文、英文、马来文、广东话都能够自由地进行交流，你们叫换频道。
So we can freely to use Cantonese, Chinese, Mandarin, English, and Malay to communicate each other in Malaysia.
尊敬的赞姆勒阿卜杜拉·卡蒂尔博士阁下，尊敬的斯里达图这个阿卜杜拉教授，尊敬各位大使、各位来宾，尊敬的马海默德先生，包括阿卜杜拉齐教授、达图克教授，马海云博士。
Professor Tatu Sri Abdullah Lazak, he's and her Excellency Ambassador and High Commissioner and Representative for Foreign Embassies in Kuala Lumpur, Professor Datu Abdullah Masjid Ahad Han, Professor Dr. Abdulaziz Bagut, Professor Dadut Professor Mahayun. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning.
非常高兴能来到这样的一个在伊斯兰世界享受盛誉的一个殿堂，我们来共同探讨一些关注人类命运的话题。
It's our great honor to attend to be part of Zhenghe Forum at this prestigious Islam institution in Malaysia. I'm also glad to see that Zhenghe Forum has becoming increasingly influential.
我们也非常感谢正和论坛这么多年一直致力于构建伊斯兰世界和世界相互了解和增进友谊的这样的一个平台， 并且已经取得了非常丰富的成果。
Zhenghe Forum has been providing a platform to discuss issues concerning affecting people in this region and improve the friendship in this region as well.
我还清晰地记得，我们在2015年，我们和郑和论坛，共同在吉隆坡为罗兴亚的难民做过一些我们的帮助。这也是作为中国的机构第一次在参与到这样的一个国际议题中。
I remember that several years ago, during the first Zhenghe Forum, we have partnered with Zhenghe Forum in Kuala Lumpur to have a fundraising event for Rohingya refugees to raise awareness of the critical challenges facing this region. I must say that our foundation is probably the first Chinese organization to stand with Rohingya refugee with Zhenghe Forum.
同样，我们还能记得，也是在2015年，我担任了联合国宗教理解与合作组织的主席。我们其实也是包括和郑和论坛在内的一些国际机构，共同在马来西亚吉隆坡举办了以文明的对话促进世界和平的这样的一个活动。
Also, as President of United Nations Organization for Regions Understanding and Cooperations, we also partner with Zhenghe Forum to have the forum in the promoting the cultural between China and Malaysia in Kuala Lumpur.
那么这个活动在当年被联大主席和联合国秘书长高度表扬，也列进了9月份的联合国大会向全球推广的一个议题。
It also placed by the United Nations, President of the United Nations, and also included in the important events in the United Nations.
那么这充分地说明，吉隆坡这地方对于我们来讲叫一个福地，特别适合去推动一些多元文明的对话和多种跨越于宗教、政治和文化背景不一样的相互的理解与沟通的这样的建立的一个平台。
Malaysia is a very suitable for promoting diversity, cultural communication, to promote platform here.
那么亚太战略对话组委会，我们将致力于这个方面的工作。我们也非常希望在这个方面为在座的各位提供这样的一个平台，同时与大家展开一个长期稳定的一个合作。
Also, as the Secretary of Asia Strategy Dialogue Committee, we also share the similar vision and mission to promote cultural understanding, social tolerance, and regional cooperations.
我们的议题不仅局限于在文化，包括经济，因为 RCEP 今年在1月1号已经在亚太地区已经推行，包括地区安全各个议题，我们都可以展开平等的一个对话。
We also spend our topic in the regional safe, RCEP, and peaceful topics.
其目的就是增进相互的了解和促进地区和世界的和平。
To promote understanding from the regions.
我们再一次感谢我们大会的主办方给我们提供了这样的一个机会，也预祝这次会议获得圆满的成功。
Thank you for this platform to give us a chance to raise our voices. Thank you again. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all speakers. And with that, we're gonna have a refreshment and tea break after this. But before that, I would like to invite Professor Abdul Aziz Baragus to present a token of appreciation to our speakers. I'd like to invite Professor Usman Bakar. Okay, Dr. Hayun Ma. Dr. Abdul Majid. Mr. Zia Wuna. Thank you very much to all speakers. We are going to take a coffee break and continue with the next session after that. So thank you again and see you after this. You are invited for a coffee break. Thank you.
Welcome back to the International Conference on Zhenghe. We now arrive to our special session today, that is the keynote session. Without further ado, all the presenters are already on the stage. We will start by now. Inshallah. Bismillah.
Assalamualaikum. Welcome to our first session of the day. We have about 1.5 hours for the session, and speaker will be allotted, say, around 20 minutes. Then we'll open up for discussion. Our first speaker today is Dr. Ma Hayun. He's an associate professor of Prosperous State University, Department of History. He's also the president of Zhenge Forum that focuses on China-Muslim world relations. His scholarly work examines the history of Islam in China, as well as China's relation with the Islamic world. His article, reviews, and opinion have appeared in various academic journals. He's often sought by news outlets for commentaries on China, Asia, or the Middle East topics, and the Islamic world, and has been quoted or interviewed by the New York Times, the Washington Post, News Nation, PTV, PTS, Zhenghe News, Al-Ashaq News, Al-Qahira News, BBC, The Nation, Deutsche Welle, Associated Press, and others. So now, and the second speaker is Professor Emeritus Dr. Osman Bakar. I think he needs no much introduction, being the co-convener of this conference. Professor Osman Bakar is currently holder of a Ghazali Chair of Epistemology and Civilizational Study and Renewal at Aztec, an emeritus professor in philosophy of science at the University of Malaya. He was formerly Malaysia Chair of Islam in Southeast Asia at Georgetown University, Washington, D.C. Dr. Osman is author and editor of 42 books, congratulations, and numerous articles on various aspects of Islamic thought and civilization. His most well-known book is Classification of Knowledge in Islam, 1992. His latest work is Environmental Wisdom for Planet Earth, the Islamic Heritage 2022. He has been named among the 500 most influential Muslims in the world since 2009. Thank you. So now I call upon the first speaker, Dr. Ma Hyun, who will speak on Gede Pertiah, Chinese patron and Javanese Sufi. The floor is yours, Professor.
Good afternoon. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you, Professor Osman Bakar, for your nice introduction. My topic today actually is about a Chinese lady from Palembang, and later on she basically moved to Surabaya. So that's why my title is like a Great Lady of Palembang, a Chinese patron and a Java Sufi. And actually I should put Sufis because this is not the single one she just patronate or what, aided or helped. Before we talk about Chinese lady and Javanese Sufi, I need to talk a little bit about historiography of Chinese Muslims or Islam. As we know today, when you talk about Islam, Muslim almost everywhere, you always talk about Middle East, you talk about Arabs, you talk about Persians, and of course in Central Asia, you talk about Turks. So the case here is true of Chinese situation. First, the traditional dynastic Chinese historiography. When you talk about Islam and Muslim, first we always talk about Turks. We always talk about barbarians. We always talk about people from northwest, from Mongolia, Manchuria, Central Asia. Why? Simply because when you look at from 7th century or even before 7th century, I would say we can go back as early as 3rd century BCE. The Chinese interacted with so-called northern barbarians. But I will not go that far before, advent of Islam. So if you look at here from 10th century, some Chinese dynastic histories, especially from 10th century written by Song dynasty, they combined all these previous documents to look at the peoples they interacted. And of course, they call a people as a human. I think everybody probably familiar with these people. And even country today, we say Hungary, right, in Europe. So that's what you can imagine. From 10th century Chinese always talk about a people called the Hun. They were supposed to be the ancestor of Hui He. Very interesting. If you look at this term Hui He, later on I will talk about the evolution of this terminology from the Song dynasty all the way to Mongol period, even to 17th century, 18th century. So basically, our knowledge about the ancestors of Muslims in Chinese dynastic historiography is they were simply Hun, which can be connected later on with Turks. Then, of course, you can imagine all the way to 13th centuries, these so-called Hui Hu, Hui He, they were descendants of Hun, finally began to be called as Hui Hui. Now we began to say Hui Hui refer to Muslims. And also interesting enough, this terminology from the Mongol period all the way to 18th century, even I would say 19th century, refer to Muslim. And here I just give two examples. For example, here if you look at 13th century, when Mongols sent some delegates to Vietnam, they told Vietnamese, we are looking for some Hui Hui, or Hui He. The Vietnamese don't understand, what is Hui He or Hui Hui. Basically, you can imagine the Mongols talk about some Central Asian people. Then in 17th century, our Chinese Confucians, they always talk about Muslims. Of course, they call Hui Hui. But if you look at this quote, they always said, foreign languages usually don't have correct corresponding characters in Chinese. The current Hui Hui are the descendants of Hui He of Tang Dynasty. Hui He or Hui Hu were documented in Tang history and a Weiwei tribe in Yuan Dynasty. You can imagine they're connected. Then, of course, Wei is actually pronounced Hui. That's a problem today when people talk about Muslim in China. They say, are you Uyghur or Hui? When you say I'm Hui, they say Wei, Hui, and Uyghur, Hui, basically, because of pronunciation here. And the name Hui Hui is a translation of Hui Hu, very close, right? Since the time the Hui He were weak and surrendered to the Tang, since then they scattered in China proper, but did not change their custom, which means they practice Islam. This is the dynastic Chinese historiography of Muslim. And also, even in 18th century, when we look at Confucian intellectuals, I just cited one example here, a guy called Wei Shu, basically from Shandong province, a very famous Shouguang County. She commented on a very famous text, the deportation of barbarians. Because this text talks about barbarians in the Jin dynasty. If you look at here, from 3rd century to 5th century, some northern barbarians entered China, disturbed China, polluted China. This is well remembered by Chinese Confucians in 18th century. So that's what you can imagine. They even connected the Muslim in 18th century to pre-Islamic era, to northern barbarians. So that's why you can imagine when you talk about Islam, Muslim, the first historiography always from Central Asia. From Turks, from Huns, from all these Uyghurs, from Hui He or Hui Hu. Then I will give some introduction here. Oh. Yeah. From early 20th century, we have second historiography of Islam and Muslim. And this time, we began to tie to Middle East. Began to tie with Arabs or Persians. For example, if you look at early 20th century, a lot of scholars from China, especially remember from 1912, when you have a Republic of China, you really have powerful Chinese nationalism. And the Chinese intellectuals, including Muslims, they try to find some foreign connections. That's the reason if you look at the so-called rediscovery of Islamic legacy in coastal China, Fujian, Quanzhou, they find all these, tomb graves, tombstones, inscriptions. They said this is the Arabic calligraphy. Muslims are nothing to do with Central Asian barbarians. We actually come from Middle East, Arabs. So that's why in the whole Republican period, especially in 1930s, especially after independence of all these Arab countries, especially Egypt and also Saudi Arabia, you will see some scholars, including Chen Yuan, very famous Christian scholar, and also you have very famous Muslim scholar Ma Jian and other scholars. I just summarize the argument. They basically trying to find some terminology related to Arabs in Tang Dynasty, Sung Dynasty, and of course they find Da Shi, a very interesting term. They said Da Shi is translation of Tajik. Da Shi is corrupted term of Iranian or Persian referred to Arabs. So that's why here Chen Yuan, he began to look at text in the Tang Dynasty. A Chinese was captured in Central Asia during the last war. Arabs captured him, brought to Baghdad. Then he returned to China, composed this text called the Jingxinji. And in this text, of course, this guy talked about a little bit. They also talk a little bit about Islam, Muslim customers. And also, of course, in the 9th century, we also have a similar, documents copied from previous texts. They say, a Chinese went to Baghdad, preserved Islamic practice. That's the reason you can imagine we have connection with Arabs all the way back to 7th century, 8th century. And Ma Jian even followed other scholars. They look at the Chinese text, try to find the Da Shi, because they believe Da Shi related to Arabs. And they argued, you have 76 times Da Shi appeared in Chinese official documents from 1651 to 1207. Simply means you have regular diplomatic connection between China and Arabs. And even some scholars like Sun Shenwu, they said Arab culture spread to China as early as Prophet's time, 7th century. And Liu Fenwu, in another scholar, said commercial time between China and Arabs can go all the way to Sui Dynasty, pre-Islamic time. And finally, Chinese Muslim scholar Bai Shouyi, he argued communication between Muslim and the Chinese, or between Arabs and the Chinese, can be dated back to 3rd century. So you can imagine, we have the second historiography of Islam and Muslim. You see all these scholars, they studied at Azhar. And this is the mosque in Quanzhou. You have the pure and clean mosque in Guangzhou. You also have Prophet Mosque. That one is really interesting. The first one, actually, that's the Muslim graveyard in Quanzhou. I will talk about this terminology later on. So you can imagine we have two types of historiography here. But some questions began to raise here regarding the nature of Da Shi. I just provide several cases. For example, here, in the so-called New History of Tang, composed roughly in 10th century, the Chinese document, they began to talk about story in Java. They said that the queen of Java here, you can imagine, they described, this is a really, powerful country. You really have disciplined people. Nobody can pick up anything you just put on the road. Then even Arab princess cannot invade Java. Da Shi, we're not really talking about Arab, but they use the term Da Shi. And also in 13th century Chinese text here by Zhao Rugua, he also talked about in 10th century a tribute from Arab or Da Shi to Song China. They talk about tropical animals. Chinese ask them, hey guys, how you catch all these rhinos, elephant? Now people begin to ask, how can Arabs raise all these tropical animals, right? Then, of course, finally, also in 13th century, we have Chinese scholar here, Zhou Qufei. He basically told us, Da Shi country, you have more than 1,000. And of course, we know at that time, you do not really have 1,000 in a country. possibly exaggerated, but also indicate you may have so-called dashed country beyond the Middle East. Now let me give some other details about Islam, historiography of Islam towards a Southeast Asia. First, if you look at the so-called Lingshan Muslim graveyard in Quanzhou, discovered in early 20th century in Quanzhou, you will find this tomb, this graveyard, it's called the Lingshan, simply means Spirit Mountain. And interesting enough, I asked some scholars in Malaysia, in other Southeast Asian countries, I said to Muslim scholars still use Spirit Mountain, refer to some mountain. They say no, that's haram, you cannot. And of course, if you look at other Chinese texts, we also find, for example, Fei Xin in 15th century, together with Zhenghe, he actually described a mountain in Chamba, Vietnam. He said, if you look at this place, it's adjacent to the mountainous area of Chamba. It's mountains for lofty range in the shape of a square. And also keep in mind, the square in Chinese character refer to Hui. The Chinese Muslim interpretation of square as Hui Hui. But here, Fei Xin made it very clear. This is a square-shaped mountain in Champa, Vietnam. And also they said, a spring issued from rock winds downwards like a band. The mountain summit has a lump of rock resemble the head of Buddha, since the name Lingshan. So that's why you can imagine in Champa you have a Lingshan. Then of course, later on in Quanzhou you have a Muslim Lingshan graveyard. And the Chinese scholar He Qiaoyuan in 16th century, he basically talked about Lingshan began to be constructed as Muslim graveyard. And interesting enough, they were constructed by some Muslim surnamed Pu. I will talk about later on. Especially here, if you look at 3, 5 here names, like Pu, like a Chinese, scholar today, some even Western scholar, they translate Pu as a Muslim surname. They said this is basically transliteration from Abu. But if you look at Southeast Asian practices, all these so-called Purali, Pulusi, Pulusha, Pushashin, Purihe, Pushoken, possibly you can also add Pusonin. All these Puso names actually came from Southeast Asia because this is actually honorable title for people in Southeast Asia. So that's what also, in the same text, in 16th century, He Qiaoyuan made it clear that in Srivijaya, most people, they have the surname Pu. The Chinese themselves acknowledge this is nothing to do with Muslim, nothing to do with Abu. This is basically Srivijaya, our surname, our honorable title. Now let's go to my talk. It's about the lady from Palabang. Because in Palabang, of course, when Zhenghe arrived to Palabang, as you probably know, captured some bandits or pirates and made a guy called Shi Jinqing as superintendent. But interesting enough, Shi Jinqing had a daughter. In Chinese text, she was called Shi Erjie, the second sibling of the Shi family. And my question here is really interesting. Of course, we know her father was Shi Jinqing, but how about her husband? We don't have much sources about her husband, except several sentences. For example, in 1406, Chinese documents, they mentioned chieftains from Palabang. They sent, if I translate here, Chieftain Chen Ziyi sent his son Chen Shiliang. Liang Daoming dispatched his nephew Liang Guangzhen, and Muslim Hajj Muhammad or Mahmud from West Srivijaya came to the Ming Dynasty. You know why? Because here, if you say Chen Zuyi sent his son, right? Liang Daoming sent his nephew. Now we ask, what's the relationship between this Muslim Hajj and who sent him? Obviously, he was sent by Shi Jinqing. So this is the first hypothesis. Basically, Shi Erjie, her husband, is a Muslim from West Kundriya or what? Srivijaya. That's the first thing. And of course, her husband here, we say Hajj Muhammad, is basically a Hajj, right? Came from Kanduri or West Kanduri or what? Excuse me. Basically from Sanfuqi, that's the Chinese name at that time for Palabang. From 1407, when China began to appoint the Shi Jinqing as the superintendent in Palabang, now you can imagine these Chinese, their son-in-law began to adopt the Chinese name. Especially in 1407, Chinese document began to mention a guy called Qiu Yancheng, son-in-law of Shi Jinqing, went to Ming Dynasty, requested the Ming Dynasty to grant a title to his father-in-law. So here you can imagine, this is another name for the husband of Shi Erjie. A lot of scholars basically say Qiu, that's a surname. Yan Chen is a name, like a typical Chinese name. But here the problem is the Chinese never have this Qiu as a surname. You say this is different. This Qiu. Because when you have a Chinese surname Qiu, you have to have something else on the right side. And Yan Chen simply means honest. And here we also find in later Javanese practices, Islamic tradition, you have a Q or key, referred to Islamic scholar or professionals. And here too, obviously referred to Buddhist term, which of course, if you study Buddhism, that should be very familiar. It's like BQ, short for BQ, that's a Q. And also, of course, later on when we look at Javanese text, they mention this lady married a Q from Cambodia. Cambodia is actually Sanfuqi, that means Palabang. So it's very clear. Her husband is a Q. Of course, it's not monk. It's a Muslim professional, a Muslim scholar here, or what Sufi possibly. And also some scholars, when they study Kublawiyya Sufism in Java, they actually identified a guy called Jumadi Kubla. And his son, Ibrahim Zain al-Akbar, married a Cambodian. That's wrong. That's actually Sanfuqi, a princess. And begot two sons, Maulana Ishaq and Lakhamatullah ala Sunnah Ampere. Of course, there is some problem here, but you can also see some connection between Palabang, between this lady and also this name. And of course, later on, when you look at all this name, especially Ibrahim Zain, his name simply means honest, beauty. The Chinese name Yancheng also means beauty, grace. Qiu, again, is not surname. It basically means monk, or it simply means professional. And also in 1430, when you look at documents in Liuqiu, because at this time, after death of her father, actually the second assembly of the Shi family sent delegations to Liuqiu. And in one letter, a Liuqiu premier, they basically mentioned Sen Yalawu. Of course, the Sen is same like a Chu, but it's different, level or rank of the monks, right? But Yalawu, we don't have answer. But of course, here you can see very clear, first, your profession as a Q, or as a Chu, or as a Sen. Later on, you have, grace, beautiful, either Zen, or Yan Chen. And here we have Yalawu. But of course, we don't know what does Yalawu really mean. Some scholars try to connect with Portuguese, Spanish term, but it's too early at this time. Nobody really arrived to this region. And of course, if you look at here, one document actually, when he arrived to Palabang, possibly in 1943, he basically said, when Shi Jinqing died, his position did not descend to his son. It was his daughter, Shi Erjie, the second sibling of Shi family, who became the ruler. And in every case, rewards, punishment, degradation, and promotion all depend on her decision. So simply means by 1433, we have this powerful second sibling of Shi family began to succeed her father's position. And of course, there's a struggle between her and her brother. That's a different story. And of course, in 1431, when this great lady, she sent a letter to Liuqiu, she began to call herself as the great lady Pinate of Shi family. You can imagine she added some local title, Pinate or Pitane, that's basically a local ruler, female ruler. And of course, we have all this document. And here we raise another question. Now, what does, in Southeast Asian context, like Nyang, Nyano, you know, people say, oh, this is a Chinese term, Malay term, refer to Chinese descendant. But if you look at here, the Shi lady always called Nyang. Nyang basically means married lady. So that's why we also can find some interesting connection between this terminology. One is Nyang, and of course later on in Southeast Asian context, you have Nyang or Nyonya, right? And about possibly 1440s, this great lady disappeared. Possibly Majapahit conquered, completely ruled Palabang, and she fled to Surabaya and began to involve in religion deeply. And it is here she began to read a very famous Sufi, Sunan Guri. If you guys visit Surabaya, you will see all this, you know, makam or tomb. I will not talk about the detail, but basically you begin to have a Nyang Gedi Pinata. And you have all these, you know, tombs here. You have see people pray here, and you can see here from Palabang all the way to Surabaya. But of course, in Surabaya, you have other Sufis. You have great Sunan Ampere. You have all this Sunan Guri. And interesting enough, in the Javanese text, Hikayat Hasanuddin, they even mentioned the term Hui Hui. Hasanuddin's father actually proudly claimed traveled to some Chinese city and converted them Hui Hui, even married a Chinese woman. So you can imagine at that time, people even know Hui Hui referred to Chinese Muslims. So that means you really have close tie between Javanese Sufis and the Chinese community. And of course, from here, Shida Nyangzi or what Gedi Pinate, her story, you can imagine. She worked as chieftain in Palabang. She conducted diplomacy with Liu Qiu. She conducted diplomacy with Ming Dynasty. And of course, later on, she conducted diplomacy with Majapahit. She moved to Surabaya. And of course, if you look at Javanese text, also they document, she basically raised not only Sunan Guri, but had a very close connection with Sunan Ampere, with Sunan Ampere's other, you know, siblings, you know, son-in-laws. So that's why, of course, this is basically my initial research, but you can see the very clearly Chinese patron of Sufism. But here, other stories related to Pinate is the first Damak kingdom. It's also related to Palabang, also related to this lady. So I think I will stop here. I spent too much time already. That's all right. Okay, thank you for your tolerance.
Hello, yeah. So now I have the honor to invite Professor Osman to make his presentation. Prof will actually talk about Zhenghe, 1371-1437, and his lasting significance for global inter-civilizational dialogue. The floor is yours.
Let me test first. Can you hear? Not too bad. Okay. All right, welcome back. And 20 minutes, sorry. Please, remind me a few minutes before the time. The title of my presentation, Zhenghe or Zhenghe of the Malaysia history textbook called Zhenghe, his lasting significance for global intercultural dialogue. So the topic basically wants me or requires me to talk about the relevance of Zhenghe for our times, because we know that he was significant during his time. So let me explain basically this meaning of the phrase lasting significance. What I mean is that he was important, he was impactful, not only in his time, certainly in his time. The fact that he was seen as someone who is an important figure, even let's say by the indigenous people in the Southeast Asia, or in what used to be called the Malay Archipelago, which covers the present day Malaysia, Singapore, Indonesia, the Philippines, the Brunei, Darussalam, and the coast, the littoral communities in the Indochina. After all, he visited Champa people. He visited Brunei. I know, but haven't got the chance. Now that Brunei, actually the Sultan's palace has manuscripts about Zhenghe, but we don't have any real scholar of Zhenghe in Brunei. Now these manuscripts stored in the palace are now stored in the new museum. The new museum just opened a month ago in Brunei. So please visit, because there could be a treasury of things inside the new museum. But of course, in the peninsular Malaya. So we know that in history. So we'll talk about the significance now, basically shaped, dictated by the new developments surrounding China's, in a sense, new openness, globalization, the global outlook. I just want to say much of what I'm going to say in these 20 minutes. Basically extracts from my autobiography, intellectual autobiography, basically. First of all, I want to talk about the significance of Zhenghe for his time and the subsequent period after he died. What happened in terms of influence. Basically, then came the interruption by the European powers at the beginning of the at the beginning of the 16th century, beginning with, say, for our region here, beginning with first the Portuguese and then the Spaniards and so on. Yeah. So sometimes we can appreciate better the significance, the importance of historical figure if we can situate him in history, the right historical context, all right? His connection, basically, his connection with the rest of the world outside China. Yeah? So I just want to refer to this because I want to not to relate, to connect Zhenghe to what I call the wave of globalization. in the year 2002. 2002, I was at that time at the Prince Al Walid Center of Muslim Christian Understanding in Washington, D.C., Georgetown. So as the chair, the holder of that chair, I presented an inaugural lecture, public lecture in Washington, which I titled Islam and the Three Waves of Globalization. Islam and the Three Waves of Globalization. I did not publish that presentation until quite some time, but precisely because I understand the word globalization not from the perspective of an economist. Economists use the word globalization to mean different things altogether, related to trade. Yeah? But I approach that subject of globalization as a historian and as a philosopher. Yeah? In other words, I was not just concerned about globalization of economic goods, of trade goods. No? Yes, certainly Chang Tse's Voyages deal with that kind of goods of globalization, but he did more than that. These are the unofficial history. Yeah? This needs to be studied. Yeah, already something coming good, and just I was very happy that just a few days before this event, the Western group of this ISTEC students and academics, professors, I think it was Professor Imtiaz, if I'm not mistaken, he advertised a book which was published some time ago, but very, very relevant to what we are discussing at this seminar. Please refer to this book. The title of the book, very interesting, Mapping the Chinese and Islamic Worlds. The subtitle, Cross-Cultural Exchange in Pre-Modern Asia. Basically, the message is, before the modern period, there was relatively extensive, right, cross-cultural exchanges, especially between the Chinese and the Islamic world. And of course, about the Chinese, specifically here in Southeast Asia. The travels and the kind of cross-cultural exchanges between China during the time of Zhenghe and the Malay world, the Malay-speaking world. Okay. Now, I talk about 3 waves of globalization. There have been minor waves before, yes, but in the present millennium, of course, we talk about the first major wave, really, the wave that was initiated, that unleashed by the emergence of Islam. This was from the first wave. There are 3 waves. The first major wave was the one initiated or generated by Islam, expansion of Islam's trade. Yeah? That was from the 9th century of the Common Era until the 15th century. We are talking about 7 centuries when the major wave of trade and other facets of globalization were led by Islam. And incidentally, the last wave, the 15th century, was associated with Zhenghe, 15th century. Yeah? So the first major wave. How do we know? Yeah? How do we know? And as emphasized by the author of the book I mentioned, Zhenghe Park from the city of New York, right? We knew, in other words, today's historians are able to say much about this based on sources, historical sources pertaining to the subject of geography. In other words, of all the branches of knowledge that can tell us a lot about the previous ways of civilization is geography. And this scholar, yeah, Hyun Hipang, refers to the name Datuk Majid, his name is Ibn Majid. Ibn Majid, I mean, whose knowledge of geography, of different parts of the world, known part of the world, is amazing, which influenced Chinese geography. Geography, without knowledge of geography, what can we do? So, right? So in other words, the link between geography and trade and globalization was very important. The second wave, of course, is the European wave. The European wave, starting from the beginning of 16th century, that's when Portugal came to Malacca, invaded Malacca, until the end of the Second World War. Until the end of the Second World War. So that was the European wave. But it was not a monolithic, it's not a unified European wave. Basically, it was mini waves. The British, the Portuguese wave, the Spanish wave, the Dutch wave, the British wave, and later the French wave, at odds with each other, fighting against each other. But that was not the case in the, yes, I mean, I cannot deny, we cannot deny, that in terms of politics, there are a lot of political conflicts within the Islamic civilization, the Islamic empire, a lot of political intrigues going on. But the larger picture, which is more important, larger picture in terms of the a more unified worldview. The more unified worldview, of the different dynasties in the history of Islam. So knowledge of history of Islamic thought and civilization from the 9th until the 15th centuries would be very useful for us to appreciate Zhenghe, because Zhenghe belongs to the beginning, the first 3 decades, because I mean, by the turn of the 15th century, because before that, yeah, he was a young man at the age of 30, yeah, when the new century came. But the point is, it's very interesting, as has been observed by some historians. Although after the death of basically the intensity of that contact between the Islamic world and China did not stop, did not end with Zhenghe, continued, but be less intense, and it's something that we need for us to study further about that. But the point is, that's the second major wave of globalization in the history of the world. The third one, of course, the American wave, the American-dominated wave. And people, of course, people are talking right now, is that wave going, is it ebbing? That is ebbing, what? I mean, less strong and weaker wave? Well, we'll see. We'll see. But the point is, this, of course, I studied these waves from the perspective of Islam. Yeah? In what way Islam contributed, in what reacted. Yeah? These three major ways are there. So this is the first one that I wanted to relate Zhenghe with the 3 ways of globalization, by studying this from this perspective, maybe we can know more about Zhenghe. But certainly, as we know, yeah, his voyages, some people even claim that, I mean, of course, he reached before Columbus, the Americas. So that makes him perhaps one of the greatest admiral in human history. Of course, for the traditional Muslim, Zhenghe was Muslim. Scholars may quarrel, may distribute about that today, but the point is, the majority, that certainly in this part of the world, for example, the majority of Malaysian history consider Zhenghe as a Muslim, but belonging to China. But that's not the important point. The important point is that there are many things that we can say, that we can talk about, about that his voyages, the vessels that he commanded, and of course the crew. The crew, I mean, to such importance of the time when compared now, right? Which I come to later. Okay. Now, in terms of the other thing, global intercultural dialogue. Basically, what I mean is that, and now I can relate this one to my extract from my intellectual autobiography. In Samuel Huntington, in a sense, his thesis, Clash of Civilization. Samuel Huntington was a political scientist or philosopher, political philosopher, but somehow interested in civilizational issues, particularly in the existence of several civilizations. But of course, the controversy is that he presented his theory, Clash of Civilizations, that book, and before that book was a paper that he published, in the foreign, the Foreign Affairs journal, a few years before the publication of the book, and personally, that motivated me to study what was really going on in this history of civilization, encounter of civilization. Was that really a clash, in the sense that Huntington defines it, or what? That was the thing, and because of that, I had to organize in 1995 a major conference on Islam and globalism and Confucianism. The main motive, actually, at that time, when I organized that in 1995, the conference was attended by 1,000 people from all over the world at the University of Malaya. It was officiated by the present Prime Minister, Dr. Anwar Ibrahim. Yes, that is. In other words, what was my motive was this: to show that that's not true. The theory of clash of civilization is not based on historical facts. And you remember in that book, Huntington said, well, there will come a time, and I was talking to 20 years ago, that was 20 years ago, he said, soon China will emerge as a superpower, Islam also will become stronger, and then these two will gang up against the West. That was his basically, his thesis. But what I'm saying now is that his thesis was actually the antithesis. The antithesis of what was accepted in Islamic history, in this history of China. The voyages of Zhenghe and the lesser known people from China show that it was not a clash. It was not a clash. So that 9 or the 7 centuries of the Muslim wave of globalization, it was not a clash in the seas or in the lands. No, it was, if I say, peaceful coexistence. It was peaceful coexistence. It was what is Islam is known as ta'awun. Ta'awun, which means cooperation. The partnership in civilization building. A lot of interactions, interdependence, each contributes to that. And that is important to realize Islamic civilization benefited from China, and China benefited from the Muslim world. For the details, it's up to us to use, especially the students, the academics. We have to fill in the spaces, the blanks, as I say. Okay? I'm talking now about the global intercultural dialogue. Yes, basically it was exchange of ideas, interaction of ideas. In today's Azerbaijan, in the city of Maragha, this morning the ambassador of Azerbaijan was here. Yeah? That was during the Mongol period. So what do people imagine when I mention Mongol period? What is in your mind when I mention the Mongol period? It's very interesting. Huh? What is in your mind now? Okay. So you have all kinds of images of the Mongols in your mind. But let the historians provide this with the right picture, with the right image. But I mentioned just now. So in the basically end of 13th century, 14th century, under the Mongol period, the Khanate, in Azerbaijan, you have the most important institution of that century, headed by Nasiruddin At-Tusi. He was director of a research institute. His deputy was Kutubuddin Shirazi, whom I studied for my PhD, Shirazi. Right? Shirazi. And there was a really modern research institution. There were many scientists working there, scientists, philosophers, and it was plural, pluralistic, in the sense that the members of the institute, Muslims, Christians, Jews, and not to mention Chinese scientists from China working in that, all right? And it was there that the most advanced knowledge of planetary theory, the most advanced center for the study of planetary theory was developed there. That's why in one of my writings, I refer to that as the Cape Kennedy of the day. That was the Cape Kennedy of the day. If this Maragha institution did not exist, we don't have the first man on the moon. The importance of that planetary theory. And that was during the Mongol rule period. Of course, in the sense that it's no longer the same Mongol. It is the Mongols who have been, in a sense, Islamized. Do you know that? You realize that? The only instance in history, human history, the only time in history when the conqueror adopt the religion of the conquered. Look at that. The conquerors conquered the religion of the conquered, and that was the Mongols. So to cut short on that one, I have a few more things here. How many minutes more? 1 more minute, Allahu Akbar. Okay, now maybe give me 2 minutes. 2 minutes, okay. Now basically the essence of intercultural dialogue was the search for common ideas. I think the Chinese civilization, Islamic civilization, in the 15th century, try to understand each other. But in the person of Zhenghe, you have a man in action, who in a sense embodies that ideal. Now the next one, roughly basically, I just want to emphasize that Zhenghe was a bridge between two cultures. Inside China, he was a bridge. You know, a bridge, when you say a bridge, so one part of the bridge must be on one side, on side of that divide, whether it is river or something, and then the other part of the bridge. In other words, that you cannot have a bridge unless between two, but unless you have that. So in this case, basically, Zhenghe, as far as inside China was concerned, he was connected to both to the Muslims, the Chinese Muslims, among his own people, and of course with the rest of the world, mainly the Islamic world. It was that bridge. I think this is another thing to study about the role of Zhenghe as the cultural bridge, the bridge between two cultures, and so also a bridge between China and Islamic world outside China, as you know. So in other words, his visit to Southeast Asia, to the other parts of the world, especially in the Indian Ocean, the littoral states, Indian Ocean. He played that role. Okay, and again to emphasize that trade was the main motivating factor for globalization for both Islam and China. It was not it was not for military expansion ambition, but trade. Trade was the main consideration. Finally, I just want to talk about here, and talking about the significance of Zhenghe for our time, for our present time. I think based on a better knowledge of history will help us to have a more meaningful relationship between China and Southeast Asia. It's always the case sometimes, it's the case that we have encountered problems today. We revisit some of the old achievements in the past that can inspire us to resolve, and therefore I'm saying that it is good for us to revisit Zhenghe, of course, with new interpretation, but it is important thing, and of course the revival of Islam-Confucianism dialogue. My own prediction is that there will be a revival of the Islam and Confucianism dialogue, which implies a number of things. I think Islam, Confucianism, again, can discuss, can have a dialogue on the future world order. Because today we are witnessing a world disorder, not a world order. We have a world disorder. We need a new world order, and I think Islam, especially Islam in this part of the world, in Southeast Asia, can play and can have dialogue with Confucianism, and this is an important thing. I just one more. I forgot to mention this. The kind of the difference to contrast between the issue of how the West, especially America, for example, encountered this issue of diversity, of plurality. If we look at the kind of people who were in the among the 20,000 over people in the vessels commanded by Zhenghe, they mentioned about among those in that naval fleet, Islamic fleet, as crew, as officers, were imams, were the, what do you call this, the chaplain, the Navy chaplain. Those who followed the case of the, finally when American armed forces agreed to accept Muslim ministers, Muslim chaplain. I mean, it was after, there's a hell of a fight. It was after hell of a fight. But in this case, I don't know, as far as we know. Zhenghe commanded a fleet in which there were Muslim imams, chaplains, the Bilal and the Imam. We don't know how many of them, so maybe my good friend Dr. Omar Min, who will present tomorrow, inshallah, because he knows Mahwan very well. Mahwan is the lieutenant of Zhenghe. Mahwan was a Muslim who, so inshallah. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor, for sharing with us your very fascinating role of Zhenghe as a bridge of civilization between China and the world, and also your three theories of the global, three waves of globalization, and also the clash of civilization. Now I'll invite Dr. Peter Cheng as our respondent. Just a brief introduction, Dr. Peter. Dr. Peter is trained in the field of comparative philosophy and religion. His current research looks at how a regenerated Confucianism could shape the evolving character of the Chinese milieu and in turn impact the global community. Based at the Institute of China Study, University of Malaya, Dr. Cheng is also analyzing the opportunity and risk associated with the Belt and Road Initiative. He's examining this from the perspective of China's soft power, specifically the Chinese traditional as well as popular cultural imprints upon the world at large and Malaysia in particular. Apart from academic writing, Dr. Cheng's publication include opinion pieces in media platforms such as the South China Morning Post. Peter, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Majid. Thank you, Professor Osman and Professor Ma, for the invitation. It's really an honor to be able to respond to your keynote addresses. I've learned a great deal from both your presentation from Professor Ma, the unofficial history, as you said it. There are so much more stories that is still yet to be uncovered, and you have helped us that process, uncovering some of the stories, the backstories that goes into the true, more fuller story of the Zhenghe legacy. For that, I am grateful. And Professor Osman, of course, since I started comparative work, your work has been very instrumental for my own journey in terms of intercivilizational connection and studies and interaction. So I'm continue and have had and continue to learn from you, and I really appreciate it. I just want to have 3 quick responses to the presentation today. The first one is on trade and commerce and civilizational interaction. And the second one is on intercivilizational encounter itself between Islam, Confucianism, and the rest of the world. And then the third part, I almost feel that sense that this civilizational dialogue has an intra-civilizational dimension in it, in that we, as our own adherents of our respective faith, has to also question ourselves if we are ready or not for this intercivilizational dialogue. By that I mean people of faith in our own respective tradition has to engage that struggle. That struggle is not just between inter-civilization, but it's also a struggle within each civilization. So that will be roughly the 3 main points that I would like to share with you by way of response to the 2 keynote addresses. The first is trade. You know, as already been alluded to, Professor Osman was saying that first and foremost, when we first met in Malacca or in Southeast Asia 500 or 600 or 700 years ago, we met because we wanted to trade. We wanted to do commerce. We were merchants first and foremost. It was economics that brought us together. It was the marketplace that set up the meeting place in which we could mingle. You know, economics was so crucial. It was this very basic subsistence issue that brings us together. you almost feel that whether the religion thing is a second thought or just a afterthought. But it was economics that brought us across. That was the main force that drove globalization. The continental Silk Road, the maritime spice route. It was this, the need to trade, that brought us across the oceans, across the continent, to meet with one another. And China today, in some ways, wants to frame itself as a rise of a economic superpower. It sells primarily as a country that could generate social economic uplift. It doesn't see itself as an ideological driven power that wants to shape the ideology of the world. It doesn't see itself, even though it sees itself, it prides itself as a civilization power, it doesn't see its civilization power itself is global or necessarily universal. But it does see its global mandate to the extent that it could contribute to global good is primarily social economics. So this is how it's driving right now China's rise as the return as a world power, primarily as a geoeconomic power. But common prosperity, as President Xi would very often would like to sort of extol, alone does not fully encapsulate what it means to be human. Humanity is more than just material well-being. Professor Osman would agree, which I've learned a great deal from. There is another dimension of us that is spiritual, that is civilizational, that is cultural. So therefore, even though when we do trade is the one that brings us together, we will continue, no doubt, eventually, also would like to understand each other's worldview, each other's values, each other's sort of spiritual longing. What does it mean to be human when we are from a very different part of the world? And this is a very organic sort of encounter that we had over the centuries. And this is where I come to this intercivilizational encounter that we have had. And Zhenghe has been a remarkable, wonderful, it's extraordinary exemplar, and also almost a historical accident that you would have an admiral who is a Hui Muslim leading an armada that claims to be a Confucian empire, a completely different sort of representation in terms of civilization. So we have this remarkable story. And it is so very remarkable in a sense also that it is so ahistorical, so anomaly. It's so different from the rest of China's history. Do you know, actually, Zhenghe was so exceptional. Never had China ventured out of its own land, mainland, so far away, with the exception of Zhenghe. Even when the land conquest happened, the Yuan dynasty spread into Central Asia to the eastern border of Europe, it was the Mongols that led the conquest. The Han civilization itself actually is very inward-looking. The Han civilization itself is actually quite introvert in the sense that they have got little, for better or for worse, interest in the outside world. For the better is that it doesn't go on to the kind of global conquests that we see with the Western European empire when they got the means to do so. For the worse is that China is kind of insulated. It's sort of somewhat detached from the rest of the world. To be sure, China's doors are open. Lots of different civilizations come through. During the Tang Dynasty, we know friends and associates of the Prophet, Holy Prophet, went to China, shared the new religion with the people of the Middle Kingdom. The Jesuits come through, and we know very well Buddhism came to China. It enriched China. But one common feature of this is this, that it is the outsiders who brought this diversity to China. China itself did not really take a lot of effort to go out, to explore, and to really bring it back. China's diversity today that we have right now is mainly because it was brought in by others. China never really took an effort to go out, to understand. And this is where today is kind of different, you know. In the 21st century, we see China all over the world, across the globe, all over. But it's driven by economics right now, just like during Zhenghe's time, you see. But then China began to realize that, you know, it is very badly misunderstood. China realized that not many people understood what Confucianism is. What do they actually represent? What are the values? The West in particular is very perplexed by this rising power of which the worldview and the values that they represent is not really understood by them. So China is making a great effort to try to explain themselves to the world. We have the Confucius Institute being set up, you know, promoting their languages, conducting courses to make themselves understood to the world. But I think this is a great task. China needs to do that. China needs to explain itself to the world. If it feels that it has not been understood, others has tried to explain China to themselves, and the Chinese themselves feel that, well, it's a misrepresentation, then China got to get the record straight, and China themselves have to come out and explain what Chinese civilization is. That's one. But as a rising superpower and as a rising civilizational power, China has to take a second step, which is China needs to understand the world. If the world does not understand China, and same can be said, China's understanding of the outside world is also has been affected by its long history of insularity, of not taking an effort to engage with the outside world. China needs to do this two-pronged effort. One is to explain itself to the world, and also to take an extra effort to understand the world. So I think right now we are seeing, for example, Islam is a very good example, right? Islam is a global faith. It's a global religion. You have Islam being practiced in all sort of tongues and all continents, of all people, of all races. Islam has become global. The same cannot be said with Confucianism. Confucianism is very local. You almost have to be a Chinese to be a Confucius. Sometimes some people I say, do I need to learn Chinese language in order to understand Confucianism? Why is Confucianism so inaccessible? Isn't there a need to make yourself better understood? So that's one, I think. Because I'm based at the Institute of China Studies, so I grapple with this kind of issue in terms of China's soft power. There is a kind of a degree of insularity and indifference, and sometimes even chauvinistic kind of reaction towards the outside world. And China needs to change that. It does want to become a truly benign and responsible stakeholder in a new world order, that it could really have to take two-pronged steps. Now, I would just want to come on to the one more point before I finish, is this intra-civilizational. We have to, even as we engage the other world, This is a tension. We call it. It's very reflected in Professor Osman's work. We call it a creative tension. The need to both to conserve our values, and yet at the same time to want to grow and expand, to face the future. You know, we cannot completely give up all that where we come from, who we are, and yet we cannot stay stagnant, letting time flies and retreat into our own comfort, and not giving due regard to the changes that is happening right now. So there is this very difficult tension that exists within each of our own lives and also our civilization and our tradition. How do we cope? How do we preserve our core values to retain who we are as a Confucian, as a Muslim, or as a Christian, and yet being part of the 21st century without sacrificing our identity? And we have to recognize that this is a common struggle that we all have. Confucians right now in China are debating what, who, how should we define who belongs to the Confucian tradition. Very much in the same way as other faith tradition as well. In America, they're going through this Christian struggle, cultural war, who is the right, who is a true or pure Christian and who is not. And likewise, I believe in the Islamic tradition there is that struggle as well. So let me just close by saying that there is so much that is happening. Zhenghe embodies all that is possible for us, but it also shows the challenges that lies ahead. And the challenges, the potentials are enormous with artificial intelligence and all those things that is ahead of us. But then there are challenges as well. We got to make sure that we are anchored in our roots, but our roots must not impede our progress. And to me, that is the struggle that we will continue to bear in each generation. And I just want to say that I've learned this a great deal from Professor Osman's writing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Peter, for your very remarkable summation of our session today. I totally agree with you. Trade has been and will continue to be the catalyst of our interaction, but equally important, the spiritual and the cultural part of it should not be ignored. Thank you. So with that, I think we open the session to the participants.
Do we have time?
We have time? Yeah.
I don't think we have time. I'm sorry. Yeah. 2 questions. Okay. If we have any questions, we'll open the floor for questions, please.
Identify yourself so that, yeah, please.
Hi. Hello. Hi, you can hear, right, okay. Thank you, Eugene Arokesami, President of SEAB ICC Network. First of all, thank you, Professor Dato Abu Bakar, for an invitation. I'm supposed to be in Japan at the moment, but this has been fantastic. Actually, it's not really a comment, a question, but it's a bit of a comment, especially in the current geopolitical situation. I think it's so pertinent that we're celebrating or having this conference to potentially celebrate, potentially to celebrate a voyage which is a relatively peaceful voyage to share and interact with people. And Professor Osman, rather than a world of disorder, maybe we're moving to a world of new order, of multipolarism, where we don't use violence as a means of sharing culture, political philosophy, social and cultural interaction. So I think just a statement, if we could share this message and the findings of this conference more and more as possible, especially as the Minister said, interconnectivity of people with the global control of media and information. If we can share this message more to our students and to other young people in other countries, it will be brilliant. So in future, bear in mind, maybe, Professor, we could have a young person's conference. No offense, all of you are very young too, to discuss something like this. Thank you.
Sir, can you introduce yourself? Sir, can you introduce yourself?
Sorry, I thought I did. Eugene Arokyasamy, President, SEAB ICC Network.
Thank you.
Professor, you want to?
Well, I just thank you, Jean. I share that sentiment. Certainly, we don't want what we are talking about just in this hall. Then when we, at the end of the day, and then at the event, that's just like that. Yeah, I think we need to share. Need to be broadcast. Yeah, we share with our good ideas, listen for the whole world, basically. Yeah, I know he's kind of movement, this activist. This activist that is trying to bring out to go and global outreach. Basically, it's a global outreach to share the good, the common ideas, common goals, and of course, in this case, you are talking about Zhenghe. Yeah, I know little about Zhenghe. I want to know more. Yeah, maybe you can learn more about him, and then we can talk also, convey this to other people.
Thank you very much for the question. I think I'd like to answer the first part of your question regarding geopolitics and either its peaceful nature of the voyage. I think it's really hard to project a modern concept of geopolitics back to 700 years ago, because this is a joint adventure. And of course, as we said, nobody really asked, for example, Columbus, right? Does he represent Italian interest, or Spanish, or Portuguese? And of course, Zhenghe works for the Ming Dynasty, right? But of course, when you look at all this network, you have Muslims, Mazu, foreigners, and of course, Buddhists, right? That's why in Sri Lanka, you have all these donations documented. So that's why I think this question is more like a modern question, not applied to Zhenghe's time. And in terms of peaceful or not, again, this is a voyage. What can you expect even today when you have, all this commercial cargo ship travel to Somalia or other places? You may have what? Piracy, right? So that's why if you look at Chinese people, always say, well, of course, it's not really peaceful. Why? Because the Chinese first, they pacified the pirates, Chinese pirates in Palembang.
Thank you. We have maybe one last question. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. My name is Mariette. I am from Peru, Latin America. And my question is the following. Gavin Menzies, in a groundbreaking study, has argued that China discovered Latin America before Christopher Columbus. Other historians have been critical of...
I'm sorry, we can't hear you. Can you speak a bit louder?
Again?
Speak a little bit louder.
All right. Again. Gavin Menzies, in a groundbreaking study, has argued that China discovered Latin America before Christopher Columbus. Other historians have been critical of Menzies' thesis. In your opinion, do you think the antipathy of many mainstream historians in the West to Menzies' thesis can be a symptom of that defensive mentality that seeks to protect the Eurocentric historical paradigm from any critique? Thank you.
Did you get the question?
Just a very short one. Assalamu alaikum and very good afternoon. My name is Muhammad Nuruddin. How do you relate the legacy and inspiration of Zhenghe in regards to the current Belt Road and initiative under the current Chinese government? Is it okay? How do you relate the legacy of Zhenghe in regards to the Belt and initiative? Okay. Okay. How do you relate the legacy and inspiration of Zhenghe in regards to the Belt and Road initiative under the current Chinese government? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. It's very relevant. In 2015 or 2013, when President Xi Jinping launched the Belt and Road Initiative in Indonesia, he actually did mention that this is partly sort of inspired by the Zhenghe's Voyages, you know. So it's basically China wanted to retrace the maritime spice route that they had in the 15th century, and now they are bringing it back on in the 21st century. So I would say that the Belt and Road Initiative is a marking of the legacy of the Zhenghe's Voyages. Thank you.
Okay, this is the last question. Then the breakdown. Okay, please.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. I heard very carefully. We've been concentrating so much on this region. I hope Eastern, inshallah, you should not always look at Southeast. I think now you should also interest yourself looking at Southeast and its impact in Africa. I hope you should also look in that direction, inshallah. Mine, I've been listening carefully. We know there is Asian China. I don't want to go into that because that is way back. Then there is Imperial China. And probably within Imperial China, that's where we had the Zhenge voyage. Obviously, currently we have the Republic China, and we are in the modern China. Now, my issue is with Zhenge, wasn't that voyage an imperialist voyage in disguise? Thank you.
Tonight at 8:30 until 10 o'clock, we are going to have our session number 3, which is online. The reason is the two speakers, one is from the United Kingdom, the other one is from the United States. But Dr. Omar Ali from the United States, he's going to talk about basically the Zhenge's exploration of the Indian Ocean, basically the littoral states. The littoral states of the Indian Ocean, which means Africa. So that's one. And tomorrow, also another person who is here, Dr. Mehmet Uzay from Turkey, who is now attached to ISTAC. He's also going to talk about the Indian Ocean, the presence of Zhenge around the Indian Ocean, the littoral states in Africa. The others are.
Well, for Africa, I think, the understanding of Africa is different from that time and today. I think during Zhenge's time, it's more like focused on the Red Sea area. So that's why if you look at both several, I think, Arabic sources, they talk about the Arab Peninsula, then of course close to the other side of Africa, and they basically talk from Aden to Mecca, all this region, and of course you do have Kenya, Tanzania, Zanzibar, that's true. But also I think when we talk about all this, Africa issue, for Zhenghe, if you look at all these voyages, they mentioned really many names. Really, if you look at the coast from Oman and to Yemen, then of course to Somali. So that's why you have all these cities, port, basically to talk about how many days you can travel there, what products you can purchase there. So Africa is not really neglected. But I think the only difficulties we have today is we don't really have many African scholars. So that's what we hope, inshallah, in future we can bring more scholars from Africa, especially Somali, especially, today the Somali ambassador. Yeah, so Somali, Kenya, Tanzania, especially Zanzibar, island. So they probably can contribute more, because I know some like a joint project conducted by Peking University and Kenya or Tanzania. They conduct underwater archaeology, research. But for Zhenghe, of course, you do not really have much written documents because of Africa's situation. So that's the challenge.
Okay, well, I'm not a scholar, I'm just a teacher. What I'm going to ask and what I'm going to say may not be diplomatically correct or politically correct. I've come here because I've just learned to be a museum guide, a docent at our National Museum. And we learn about the Malay archipelago. And we learn about Zhenghe, okay? Today I learned a lot more about Zhenghe. Well, you see, we learned that he was an explorer, discoverer, Laxmana, admiral, blah, 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 blah. And now we learn that he was a Muslim. So the Muslims here will say, dia orang kita lah. So we are supposed to be closer to the Chinese Muslims. But my question here is, how come in the museum, in our history books, there is no real evidence of Zhenghe, like Prof. Osman mentioned just now? He came with his crew of muftis and whatnot, right, to Malacca. But there was no really spread of Islam. And we talk about the Arabs coming here and converting us into Muslims and leaving us with all the adornments of, Jawi, surah on our doors, on our wooden panels, and even in our vests, as a vest for Cabal, okay, in our swords and so on. But what did Zhenghe leave behind? I don't know, because I heard only the Nyonya Baba was left behind. So with the beaded shoes and with the embroidery handkerchiefs and that sort of thing, and porcelain. So what happened to Muslim Chinese? What happened to the religion? Mana pergi orang kita daripada China? That's my question. Thank you very much. And actually, I would like to bring all of you to my school, actually. Maybe we should change our history books, lah, Datuk Majid. Thank you.
Well, this is really a huge question regarding, because it's really hard to ask evidence for the belief of a person. Of course, in Islam, you say Shahada, right? And I remember John Paul used to make a joke. They say he has some friend in Africa, and he said, what's the belief of Islam? They say, La ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasulullah. Then they say, congratulations, you're a Muslim, right? So that's just an example to show. But actually, you do have evidence. Of course, the first one, we talk about his genealogy. His father was documented as Hajj, his grandfather documented as Hajj. And also we know he invited the imams from Xi'an Great Mosque, Hassan Imam, to be translated. And we know his associate, including Ma Huan, facing all Muslims.
And if you read Java documents, especially if you read Malay Chronicle, as I said, Babat of Chilpan and Babat of Samarum, it's already translated into English. You will see all these Chinese Muslims documented Zhenge's activity, mosque, and of course, if you look at Damak Sultanate, if you look at, I think it's the Samarum Great Mosque, totally Chinese style architecture. And actually, recently, I read a very interesting article by Alexander Wen. He actually talked about even the terminology about the prayer in Southeast Asia, especially in Malay world, which is Li Bai. A lot of scholars say, oh, you know, it's probably from Sri Lanka. They say, no, this is actually a Chinese Li Bai. Now, of course, it's, you know, translated as Li Bai something here. Now, it's influenced, you know, Indian, Sri Lanka. Now, re-imported in Malay. So that's one of the cases. And here we talk about Nyang. Nyang Nu or Nyang, that's referred to Baba, you know, Nyang. And also I mentioned here Q, Kai. Now, of course, when you look at all this, you know, the Shi daughters, Shi lady's husband, of course, that's a Q. That's the first term I say in Chinese. Then, of course, now you have all this, you know, evidence. And of course, medicines and other stuff, especially in different islands. You have really too many evidence, but we cannot really, you know.
But the question she asked also relates to Malaysia. Malacca, what happened to the Chinese Muslims, you know? Muslim, yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I forgot this part because actually tonight, Alexander Wing from UK, he will talk about actually Spanish sources of Malacca. And the central idea, I think, is Zhenghe tried to cultivate a Muslim force at the Malacca court.
There is a lapse. There is a lapse in the Chinese history during the Zhenghe's time and the Chinese that we are descendants of today. The Chinese Baba Nyonya are really the product of the 19th century wave. There is no direct descendants now that claims to the Zhenghe time. So there is actually a gap, I think, historical gap right now in terms of the evidence that Professor Ma produced on the Java Muslim ladies and things like that. That dates back to 16th century. But in the intermediary century, we seem to have a kind of a black hole. We don't have the records to fill out the gaps. One reading that I had was that when the Ming Dynasty decided to close the doors at the end of the Zhenghe's voyages, they, for some various political reasons, want to suppress Zhenghe's legacy. And they didn't, Zhenghe's legacy wasn't very prominent for a while until recently. And part of that suppression includes his Muslim heritage. Hence, it was not very strongly featured in the Chinese history that he was a Muslim as well. So it goes both sides. The Chinese side suppresses it, and on this side, on the Malaysian side, for some reason, we never quite picked up. When I was at school, the Sejarah books were Zhenghe was just an admiral. So that was it. There was no mention that he was a Hui Muslim until recently. I think we need to find out what that is. There are some dynamics that we don't understand right now.
One sentence, actually, because Peter just reminded me, when you look at the Chinese core politics between some officials and Zhenghe, that's a different story. But actually, if you look at Java, there is a document. It's a Babat. It's actually talk about after Ming closed the door, a Chinese Muslim really faced the pressure. One of a descendant of official, I think he's the son of port official Shapenda of, it's not really Damak, it's somewhere close to Damak. He openly gave up Islam. Very closely documented, clearly documented in a, Chronicle of Japan and Samaria.
Just one piece of information from the question, Sister Felda. Tomorrow, session number 6 in the afternoon, we are going to have 3 speakers, but 1 or 2 panelists will talk about the impact, the legacy of Zhenghe in Indonesia. In other words, we have to realize that compared between Malaysia and Indonesia, the legacy of Zhenghe is greater, much in Indonesia than here in Indonesia. We'll see tomorrow.
Thank you very much. I think it's time for us to close session.
Thank you very much. And now I request our Honorable Epistemology and Civilization Renewal Chairholder, Emeritus Professor Dr. Osman Bakar, to present tokens of appreciations to our key speakers and respondent for today. Prof. Hayanma. Okay, Dr. Majid. On behalf of ISTAC IIUM, I would like to express our greatest appreciation to honorable speakers for your beneficial presentation and for sharing your knowledge. And for participants, we thank you for your participation and taking the time of your day. Our second session will start at 2:30, and you are all welcome to join us at Ibn Khaldun Conference Room downstairs. And respectful guests and participants are invited for lunch. Let us end this session with Tasbih Kifara and Surah Al-Asr. Yeah, another lunch. See you again at 2:30, Ibn Khaldun downstairs.